Good morning, everybody.
Some viewers may find the following video disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised.
It's morning. I'm up. I think Devlin had a seizure the last couple of days. She's now fairly cross-eyed. I was noticing it yet today. I thought maybe it was just part of what was going on. But unless she, for the most part, just keeping her eyes closed, squinting. When she does open her eyes, one is definitely way up. I'm gonna have to start making sure that mine are keep peanut foods. Yeah, she had had a seizure or something that I was out there and wasn't able to. After the internet company takes its money, I have to. I should do that. Like she wants to look at me, but she's having trouble doing so. And she's not looking into my stuff. Still eating. I'm so far behind. As soon as we do. Let's set it up.
Donald Trump voters continue to express their deep regrets online and elsewhere. Posts like this on conservative message boards. I voted for Trump because I thought it would be funny to see liberals growl like dogs. I wanted affordable groceries, but the tariffs are going to make everything worse and my life savings will be gone. I can't afford to spend this money on groceries. I didn't vote for this. But even when you look at, let's say, a blue state like California, but you look at some of the red areas, which tend to be the areas with more farmers. Like, take a look at Kern County and Fresno right there. These are areas that voted for Donald Trump, about 60% in Kern County, about 50% in Fresno. And Trump was the first Republican to flip Fresno County since 2004. But let's take a look at Fresno B. California farmers fear tariff trade war, losses in billions, uneven bailouts. You have a letter from a group that includes the names of nearly 24 of the state's most influential farming organizations, including the California Farm Bureau, Western Growers, and American Pistachio Growers. It said in part that the emerging trade measures could trigger retaliatory tariffs that will hurt California farmers, whose exports total $23.6 billion in 2022. Take a look at the recent article from the Business Journal. It talks about the California Farm Bureau president calling for $600 million in legislative action for farmers. Farmers and agricultural leaders are once again highlighting the challenges that they are now facing. The LA Times article: California farmers back Trump. Now his tariffs hurt them. When you look elsewhere across the country, you're seeing the same type of pattern. From USA Today, going to be a lot of hungry people. Food banks, farmers across the U.S. decry federal cuts. From the Wall Street Journal, Trump's loyal farmers stung by his funding cuts. Stuff like this is pushing me left, says a North Carolina honey farmer. And then outside of farming, too, across all sectors, like the Detroit Free Press, major U.S. steel manufacturer laying off 600 nearboard, 600 also nearby, citing weak auto demands caused by the tariffs. But let's break down what's going on first in California with the farming situation. We've got Senator Alex Padilla here, senator from California. Senator, we're seeing a lot of Trump voters now saying they regret this. This is absolute chaos. They didn't vote for this. What are you hearing, Senator?
So a lot of the same frustration and realization. Donald Trump promises were all a lie and it's coming home to roost. Because you're right, whether it's the tariffs, we know who's going to pay the price ultimately. It's not for countries, Donald claims, it's for the families here in the country where prices will go up. This is a president who said he was going to take inflation and bring down the prices on day one. The opposite is happening. Prices are up in all categories. And as the weather is truthful, just to stop he said he doesn't care. He can care less specifically what he said if prices go up. Because they're going up on everything from cars to fruits and vegetables and everything in between.
When he says, I don't care, then when he just makes up stuff, I've referred to this as kind of an idiocracy manifested in real life as well. And you see the idiocracy and dangerousness in California when he does something like dumping 2.2 billion gallons of water from a reservoir that was nowhere near the Southern California wildfires. It was after wildfires on the thing because he wanted to prove that he could turn on a valve that he's been talking about. So he orders the Army Corps of Engineers to release these billions of gallons of water that were needed for the summer or particularly dry times. And again, just further destroying the farmers. What do we know about that? And what's been your reaction to that?
first show, for the sake of being able to post to social media accounts, of so much water in the middle of winter, trying to make a point. This was not from the fires in Los Angeles. By the time the water was released, the fires were already contained. Second, where they released the water, there was no way that water to make its way to California. Worse for it, but those events come summer, come the hot, dry summer months, when farmers need the water to irrigate. Now, so much of that water is gone, and you cannot get it back. So, insult after insult after insult is going to hurt the growers, it's going to hurt the agricultural industry, it's going to cost jobs, and it's going to raise food prices.
You know, what your Republican colleagues in the Senate continue to talk about, though, is that this pain is needed right now. They say we need to experience hardship. It's going to be uncomfortable. They claim that Donald Trump said that this is what it was all about, pain and suffering in the short term, and then they'll figure it out. I mean, like Senator Tim Sheehy, who replaced, I thought, a great Democrat senator in Montana, John Tester. Here's what Sheehy said yesterday. Let's play.
That maybe there's short-term pain but long-term gain here. But you just mentioned some of those countries. I mean, I was looking at the numbers. 95% of Montana's imported goods come from Canada, Mexico, and China. Is this going to hurt people in your state, you think?
There's absolutely going to be short-term pain. The president's been clear about that. Everyone has. I mean, if you're going to remodel your house to make it better in the end, it's going to be really annoying in the short term when your house is getting remodeled. And there's drywall dust everywhere, and there's workers in your living room. The reality is that remodel has got to happen in order to make things stronger and more stable on the back end. We've had generations now of countries taking advantage of the strong American economy, the strong American workforce.
What do you make of that, Senator?
Yeah, when Donald Trump is clear about that, let's be clear, of course, he kept the promise. The opposite, so he lied. It was a big promise to lower costs, lower the short-term pain. All now he's realizing what it means, both that the pain is real. So my colleagues on both sides of the aisle, there's the inconvenience, and they're saying if you remodel your house, hey, good for you. The community inconvenience does not mean
Yeah.
being left homeless, which a lot of people will be when they lose their jobs and have to work to pay the rent because of Donald Trump's policies. That is very, very real. Another impact of his tariffs on in, off again, on in, prices going up is what's happening with the stock market. Now, I don't say this because I'm sympathetic to traders on Wall Street. I bring this up because so many people's pensions, so many people's 401ks, retirement savings are tied to the economy. So the stock market crashes, literally dollars that you no longer have for retirement. It's gone up in smoke. But once again, if you ask Donald Trump what he thinks of
Careful,
all this,
baby.
he could care less.
You and I could probably spend hours talking about these horrific executive orders by the Trump regime. And we do spend hours talking about it on the show, and you do on the floor of the Senate and with your incredible team there in California fighting back against them. I just want to focus on one in particular, this executive order that would seem to tended to disenfranchise so many voters, targeting elections, you know, and in Trump's view, it is, I guess, whoever Trump deems should be able to vote ultimately is where he wants to go. I mean, I think he wants to bring this in a kind of Putin-esque direction, and it's all pretext for his kind of third term dictator language. But what's going on with this executive order regarding elections that seems to disenfranchise so many? What's your perspective on it?
Switching tax services can be a drag and draw. At H&R Block, switching to us couldn't be quicker or easier with our drag and drop feature. Whether you're switching...
Yeah, so first of all, thank you for bringing this up because all the chaos in the flood of executive orders that continuously this one is important to pay attention to. First of all, it's not his first attempt to try to get the personal information of every voter in America. He tried it in his first term. I remember that was certainly as California Secretary of State at the time. He refused to cooperate with this. it's already law that you have to be a citizen to be eligible to register to vote and vote in our election. So it is a solution in search of a problem. It's a problematic solution. And here's the real the way it's happening to register to vote to cast ballots will all have disenfranchising a lot of eligible voters.
Really? Okay, well.
To tap to care about the passport, half the country doesn't have
Okay.
current passport. So they won't be able to vote because of a requirement that is not necessary. Number one, service members who move around may have an ID that doesn't reflect their current address because of deployment. Should that disenfranchise members of the military from voting? Or how may change their name and there's a lag between changing their name in one document but their driver's license or ID, and so they all won't be allowed to vote. That's what Donald Trump wants. And the last thing is this: the hypocrisy is rich on so many fronts in our Republican colleagues. When President Biden was inviting us, we tried a number of things
Yeah, they
to
plug it in.
strengthen our democracy by improving voter registration and getting more people to participate. It's kicking and screaming. You cannot federalize elections.
Yeah.
States administer elections, and we should impose federal requirements on them. But now Donald Trump he wants elections to run. Republicans are silent. The hypocrisy is offensive.
Senator, you address an issue that I've been hearing from a lot of women I know. My wife asked me the very same question. She said, I'm afraid that I'm going to be disenfranchised. We were married recently. She said she doesn't know what to do. And what you're saying here is that, by the way, Trump is targeting women with this. I mean, this.
Yeah.
The concern is that one that people need to be aware about, that this could potentially impact women whose names are different than their birth names and their maiden names. So this is a real fear. What do we do about it?
Or we're going to push back. Continue to challenge litigation in every turn. And for the most part, we have been successful since the beginning of the year, whether it's temporary restraining orders on a lot of his overreach or actual overturning his policies through the judicial system. We're going to legislate as best we can. We have a ton of letters, but Democrats are in the minority at the moment. But whenever we do have these letters, we have to exercise them. And that's spread the word. When the general public learns more and more about what's happening, whether it's how it's getting harder for them to register to vote in the future, or prices going up for their daily expenses, channel that energy to organize midterm elections before say this. I'm just going to grab here in a couple of minutes. I'm going to go to another support my friend, my colleague, Senator Cory Booker from New Jersey, who is holding the floor. He's filibustering, calling attention to the chaos coming out of the White House, all the damage that they're trying to do. We have to use areas on our toolbox to continue to highlight and continue to push.
Well, we'll take a watch at you on the Senate floor with Senator Booker, who's been courageously going, as of this recording now, it's going on 16 hours plus. Is he going to break the record? Is he going for the 24, 25 hours, or what do you expect is going to happen?
Should only be righteous because the days that we're living in, the threats to our Constitution and the future of our country is also unprecedented. So I'm going to be proud to stand with them. People are watching, people are paying attention. We're talking, people are organized.
Glad to have you fighting, Senator Alex Padilla. California, where I live. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you, Ben. See you soon.
Everybody hit subscribe. Let's get to 5 million subscribers. Can't get enough. Donald meet elbow, because Canada has gone elbows up. Canada fighting back and leading the world, frankly, against the Trump regime, exposing the utter weakness and pathetic nature of Donald Trump. Prime Minister Mark Carney of Canada making some powerful statements over the past 24 hours. I'll share that in just a little bit. First, I want to share with you, though, what Donald Trump has been doing and saying, which certainly justifies elbows up and Canada's boycott of American tourism and American products. Donald Trump posted the following, or reposted the following from the New York Post. Exclusive. Meet the Canadians over the moon at the prospect of joining the U.S. Some Canadians in the west of the country are thrilled with Trump's pledge to make the Great White North the 51st state in the Union and are eager to pledge their support. So you all know, the New York Post is owned by Rupert Murdoch, who owns Fox. By the way, you found two of them. You found two Canadians. Oh, no, actually, you found three. Let's zoom in, because to all of our Canadian viewers, you know what Donald Trump just did. As you zoom in, who do you see? The Premier of Alberta, Danielle Smith. You see her right there with Donald Trump? Yes. I'm sure Pierre Poilievre loves this, by the way, as he's trying to pretend he's not Maple MAGA. But he and Danielle Smith were recently exposed for engaging in an election interference plot with Donald Trump to try to manipulate the Canadian election. Pierre Poilievre is Maple MAGA. He's the conservative running as the leader of the Conservative Party in the upcoming snap elections that are scheduled for April 28th. And so he's trying to pretend that he's not Maple MAGA. He's trying to pretend that him and Danielle Smith from Alberta, they don't know anything like this, but take a look. This just utterly gives the game away. Also, this gives the game away as well. Pierre Poilievre, the conservative leader who's running against Prime Minister Carney, though it's for my American viewers and viewers elsewhere than Canada. It's the parties that are running, and the leaders of the parties become the Prime Minister. Canada, obviously. Here is Pierre Poilievre doing the Elon Musk, using his child as a prop to campaign over and over again. Let's take a look at some of the headlines. As Buy Canadian grows, more U.S. companies say retailers are shunning their products. It's from Reuters. This from The Guardian. Flight bookings between Canada and the U.S. down 70% amid Trump tariff. Talking to the Post. This from Axios. Canadians' desire to visit the U.S. is absolutely tanking. You can take a look at the U.S. Airlines stock price just utterly crashing, and the main reason is Canada, because the Canadians are boycotting all tourism to the United States. We're also seeing massive declines in tourism to Vegas. Vegas is really suffering right now. This Vegas influencer, I think Paulie, I forget the guy's name, Vegas Paulie C, I think he's posting about the Vegas bookings just totally crashing. As you read the comments, it's Canadians saying, we ain't going. By the way, Canada's running the following ad campaign in Canada. #ChooseCanada, the official Canada account, posted this as well. Here's the campaign they're running in Canada. It's time to #ChooseCanada. Watch this incredible ad.
Canada, it's time for more us, because we're more than just a place on a map. We're an attitude. One with more empathy than ego, more unity than division. We're ready to go, and we got this. The more we choose to stand up as our most flag-flying, winkly-flying, local adventuring selves, the more we are the true north, unbreakable, strong, and free.
Oh, yeah. Don't go away, Restream.
Meanwhile, Canada is also buying billboards throughout the United States, explaining the obvious, that tariffs are taxes, that tariffs make things more expensive, that tariffs are what's crushing the United States economy right now. Here's what Donald Trump said, then I'm going to show you what Prime Minister Carney said. But yesterday, as Donald Trump, or Sunday, as Donald Trump was landing into Washington, D.C. after vacationing again on the taxpayer dime, Donald Trump, of course, his usual fare, attacked Canada and said, we don't need Canada. Canada gives us nothing. So Trump says he both wants to annex Canada, make it the 51st state because of all its incredible resources, but also the United States, he says, doesn't need anything from Canada. So just doubly, triply offensive as he talks about annexing and taking over Canada. Here, play this clip. So now I want to share with you the speech from Prime Minister Carney. He was speaking in Georgetown, Ontario, yesterday. A great speech that he gave at a local tavern. Let's take a look at what he said. Play this clip.
All of those. We also have to stand up directly to a man named Donald Trump. A man who wants to break us so America can hold us. That is the strategy. No, and that is never ever going to happen. And I made that clear to him when we spoke a few days ago.
And here he talks about the importance of finding reliable allies, not the United States. Play this clip.
This is why I made this section right there. Right there. We are also going to find some. We are going to build partnerships with, get this, reliable trading partners. People who, when they sign things, but above all, what we're going to do, and I think this is at the core of why this election is so important, is, you take a few lessons from the last few months. I do take a few lessons. One of them is that we really have to look out for ourselves. But we can only do that if we take care of each other. And that's a huge part of what the Liberal Party is about. We understand how to grow the economy. We understand how we can build and build together. But we also understand why. Yes, it's for the good jobs and great futures for younger communities. Yes, it's for a sustainable economy in the future. But it's also for those that are less fortunate than we are. It's for childcare for young families who are struggling. It's for dental care for the 8 million Canadians. 8 million Canadians. 20% of our population that cannot afford it aren't going to advance. 8 million Canadians. By the way, care, Paul, you have to get rid of it. So get rid of the child care as well. It's for farm care. It's for a health care system that works. It's for all those things that are part of together. That's what this election is about. That's what we're going to do. We're going to build a strong economy. We're going to build it for you, but we can't do it without you. So thank you all. Merci beaucoup for tout ce que vous faites. And let's have. I'm going to be pouring pints, and the great thing is that Adam is fine.
And finally, here's Prime Minister Carney as well, delivering, I think, a very powerful message. Let's play this clip.
A few words about our strategy, what we're doing in face of these pressures. We're doing three things. We're going to fight. We're going to protect, and we are going to build. Nous nous battons, nous nous protégeons et nous bâtissons. Nous bâtissons l'économie la plus forte du G7. L'économie qui fonctionne pour tous et toutes. Okay, we are going to build something. Now, how are we fighting? We're matching what the Americans are doing to us with our own tariffs. How are we protecting? We are taking all of that money and we are using it for the workers and the companies that are most affected. So the workers in the auto sector, the workers in the steel sector, the workers in the aluminum sector. Taking all of it back. Garrett Polyev, by the way, is taking all of it. He's giving it away. He's giving it away for the tax cut. Yeah, because he's got one strategy for each situation: cut and burn. Okay. But the big thing we're doing, we're building this economy.
This is an opportunity to turn 13 Canadian economies into one Canadian economy. We got this is an opportunity. This is an opportunity which we are going to seize, and we made a huge announcement this morning. We are going to double the rate of home building in this country. We're going to build 500,000 homes a year, every year for decades.
Trump is posting. It's like you see how pathetic he is. Like no offense to corner rats, because I think they're far more noble than Trump. Like doesn't Trump just reveal his cards how scared he is? He posts this. Europe should make a $200 billion deal with Trump. Europe, that's what you're reposting now. Canada, Europe, they're making their own deals. By the way, you've united somehow China, South Korea, and Japan. They're united now.
Wow.
To stand up to your tariffs. They're united against the United States in defense of their own sovereignty. But you brought them together. That's pretty impressive, Donald. You turned the entire world against the United States. You know how you say, oh, the world was laughing at us. No, Donald, the world was not laughing at us before you. Now there's a combination of our enemies laughing at us and our former allies just horrified at what the United States has become. Literally horrified to the point where they're not traveling to the United States because they're fearful if they show up here, they're going to end up in an ICE detention center or be sent to a concentration camp in El Salvador, especially as we're learning a lot more news that a lot of the people you sent to El Salvador, even in the Trump regime's own court filings, they're saying, oopsie, sent the wrong person, but nothing we can do now. More on that. I'll do a whole report on that. I want to show you what some American politicians are saying, though, to our Canadian viewers, so you can see that most Americans actually stand in solidarity. You know, you have Trump and this MAGA virus, this MAGA plague on our country, but most Americans, we just look forward to the day where we can all celebrate no more Donald Trump. Here's Congresswoman Catherine Clark, Democratic whip in the House. She's the number 2 in the House of Representatives. I interviewed her. Here's what she's got to say.
I got cheaper from CDTs.
And my real fear is it is going to be generations for us to recover our place in this world, our leadership as a democracy that values the rule of law. And this sort of expansion policy, Denmark, Canada, they're now the enemies, the states that we have to draw a hard line with. And, you know, we elected this strong man who rolls over on his back for Putin, abandons our democratic ally in Ukraine, and we're sending the vice president and his wife to a contained base in Greenland because the people of Greenland don't want them outside of that base. What are we doing?
And here is Democratic Senator Tim Kaine of Virginia explaining how $31 billion of agriculture products from Canada are going to be impacted from Donald Trump's tariffs. Play this clip.
Hey guys, Senator Tim Kaine here. You know, Donald Trump has announced all these tariffs that he wants to put on products coming into the United States. It's going to hurt everyday families. And I got to wondering, how will it affect something basic like groceries? If his tariffs go into effect, you could see eggs increase by about $1.75 a carton. They're already expensive. That's an awful big increase. $2.75 a pound for salmon. Bread 87 cents a loaf. Jam 75 cents a jar. Soap $1.50 a bar. Flour $1.37 a pound. Sugar $1 a pound. Olive oil $3.25 a bottle. Pork roast increasing $2.12 a pound. Sausages $1.62 a pound. Vinegar $1.50 a bottle. Salt and pepper a buck. Tea $1. Most people go to the grocery store about once a week. I know I do. You're paying that much more on the top of grocery prices that are already pretty darn expensive. It's going to be the biggest tax increase in recent history on American families. Virginians alone are going to pay $2 billion a year more because of these Trump tariffs if they go into effect. What are we doing about this? I have filed a challenge that will be voted on next week, challenging Trump's bogus Canadian tariffs. He's using some weird emergency power that you're supposed to use against enemies, candidates, and ally and friend. Tariffs that he's putting in place are going to cause dramatic pain around the kitchen table and even hurt our defense industry. Donald Trump wants to put together a big tax cut for his friends. He's going to pay for it by cutting programs that people rely on and increasing prices they're paying at the grocery store. We're fighting against that.
Well, there you have it, everybody. Let me know what what you think, hit subscribe. Powerful stuff. Canada, we stand in solidarity with you. Also, did you see, if you're a member of our YouTube channel, you can get access to the Elbows Up. Did you see we did the Elbows Up Canadian emoji? We released that in our live show last night. Let me know what you think.
So I said to him,
Last night around 9 p.m. East Coast time, Donald Trump sent the following email to his supporters. I subscribe to the emails so you don't have to. Ben, I need you. Look, Ben, I need you. My end of quarter fundraising deadline is today, and failing to meet this goal would be really, really bad. Trust me, you don't know what could happen. It wouldn't be good. So I'm giving one lucky patriot the chance to have dinner at Mar-a-Lago. Be quiet. Okay? You're tanking the economy right now, and this is the grift you are pulling, asking your supporters for money. Why? Because you want to run for a third term and violate while you crash our economy, while you destroy the lives of veterans, while you toy with people's social security, while you say that it's a Ponzi scheme with Elon Musk, while you shut down Social Security Administration offices, while you give tax cuts to your billionaire friends, while you engage in a hostile takeover with Musk. Take a look at this article from the New York Times. Tariff gambit bets Americans will swallow higher prices. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, Trump's Treasury Secretary, argues that the American dream is all about more than cheap televisions, but inflation-weary consumers might disagree. Trump promised on day one, you idiot, that you were going to lower prices on day one. You literally had to do nothing, and prices would have gone lower because under former President Biden, inflation was dropping to 2%. Now it's surging. Now our GDP is crashing. Now top economists are predicting stagflation, great recessions, potentially depressions, and you're calling Wednesday Liberation Day, tariff the entire world? This is a kleptocracy. This is an idiocracy. This is a dystopian reality show that we as Americans are non-consenting participants in Trump's dystopian reality show. It is despicable. This is from the New York Times article. Trump's ability to convince consumers that it is acceptable to pay more to support domestic manufacturing and adhere to his America First agenda could determine whether the president's second term is a success or a calamity. Hey, New York Times, it's already a calamity. You don't need to use all of those words, by the way. All you need to do is say Donald Trump is a liar who has brought calamity to our shores, who has isolated the United States from our allies. The European markets and equity markets are doing good. Canada, Europe, Asia, they're forming alliances with each other and isolating the United States. All you have to do, New York Times, rather than use all these big words right there, is just say, play the clip, because let's talk about what Donald Trump promised on day one. Play this clip.
When I win, I will immediately bring prices down starting on day one. Starting the day I take the oath of office, I will rapidly drive prices down and we will make America affordable again. Prices will come down. You just watch them come down. We will rapidly defeat inflation. Vote Trump and your incomes will soar, your net worth will skyrocket, your energy costs and grocery prices tumbling.
Yeah, promises made, promises broken. Why? Because this is a Ponzi scheme presidency. This is a rug pull presidency. They lie and then mount lies on top of lies, and then hope corporate news uses all these big words to confuse people. But guess what? We're the captains of the media now, and we are speaking clearly, concisely, and we're not mixing words about what is taking place here. Donald Trump is engaged in a Ponzi scheme presidency where he mounts lie on top of lie. What's his latest? Oh, we're going to give you a Doge rebate check. Oh, you know the no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security, no tax on overtime we promised? So those are the tariffs. Those are the tariffs, is what the Trump
The internet bill just came out, which means I need to order my heater and fans. Should be able to make it happen.
Trump regime is arguing, because the Trump regime says tariffs are tax cuts when tariffs are actually taxes. Here's Peter Navarro, Donald Trump's economic advisor, fresh off his prison sentence or jail sentence for contempt of Congress. This is one of the main election deniers and people who tried to overthrow the results of the 2020 election. And here he is saying, my message to the American people is that tariffs are your tax cuts. No, they're not. They're literally taxes. That's why I call this a kleptocracy.
Thanks, I'm going to go for a smoke break. I'll be back. Telling you. You can break. Yeah, you need one. No, just got to bring one. Okay, you go ahead and go potty first. I'll just door crack and reach down there. At your room, yeah. Right, wait. Hey, we'll do that. I'm sure I have my room key. Having slight little technical difficulties trying to do it. But I was right.
Find me in other places: Discord, Twitter, YouTube, Steam, Xbox, and PlayStation Old Mage Guy on TikTok as Mage.
And as usual, thanks my money. So I was able to get my heater and insulation panels. And it's like order. Look at that. Coffee. And we'll leave the can down. I like anything I need to get done today is done. And I'm officially broke. Not a big surprise. Ow. Darn ankle again. Yeah, baby. You look me over there. You know. Did you need some vitamin D? Oh. Did you need some sunlight? I'm saying my way. Matter of fact, Daddy wants to let that boy do. Ooh, that feels good. Let's see what you can tell. It feels nice, doesn't it? Daddy's got heated coming from freezer. So just it's burning up. Sorry about the delay again. Had pipeline and stuff needed to get done. I kind of feel bad. And I'm also gonna go sit in the bath. I can tell. I have privilege today.
See, play this clip.
You heard Lucas is reporting there where the president says he doesn't care if the prices
No
go up on
lights
U.S.
on.
cars. So, what's the message to the U.S.
That's
consumer?
right.
Message is that tariffs, tax cuts, tariffs are jobs, tariffs are national security, tariffs are great for America, tariffs will make America great again. So while all of this is going on, Donald Trump sitting in the Oval Office yesterday, musing. Someone called me kind. Have you heard of the word kind? What a word. I've never heard of the word kind. Kind. So, is it an old-fashioned word, the word kind? Play this clip.
He said, President, you're such a kind person. And I said, say that again. He said, you're a kind person. I said, I've never heard that before. It was a weird thing. I was kind. I've heard of words that are better than tell you. I've heard called a lot of things, but it's sort of a different kind of word. It's like an old-fashioned word.
We are 1 month into the Trump presidency. Want to know how you think he's doing? Scanning QR code right there on the screen. Vote a Newsmax poll on.
Okay, we.
I didn't do it, but I've got it. She might have got one of the Dublin, you're okay, baby. That thing's gonna scare. You're okay, baby. Come on. It's all right. It's okay. That baby can't scare you out there, not gonna get you. Yeah, it's okay. You're all right, baby girl.
We are what we're not supposed to comment on that. We're just supposed to look the other way and not be like, hey, this is a only narcissistic individual with clear signs of cognitive decline and mental issues, in my opinion, that look like someone who has dementia. It's my opinion, of course. I'm not a medical professional about what I'm observing. I also don't want to necessarily go in that direction because that gives him an out to be like, oh, well, that's why I'm doing it. But I mean, what the hell are we even watching, right? For all the media that was like, oh, former President Biden stutters, he's a stutterer. Biden was handling things professionally at the highest level. This crap, oh, this was Donald Trump from the past few weeks. This is one of his lines. Groceries. Have you heard the word groceries? It's like an old-fashioned word, groceries. Play this clip.
They talk about the price of groceries, how expensive it is, and I campaigned on it. In all fairness, I haven't used the word grocery. It's like an old-fashioned word, but really it's not, and people understand it. And I campaigned very hard on groceries, and they're coming down very much. If you look at your gasoline prices, it's really coming down.
Go ahead, baby.
And that's bringing other prices down with it. So, I mean, I really great people.
Yeah, there's some there for me.
Donald Trump posting things like this now on his social media platform. Europe should make a $200 billion deal with Trump. That's what Europe should do. I don't think so, Donald. I don't think so. I don't think Europe or Canada or Asia or Mexico or South America or Central America or Africa or the Middle. I don't think they really want to do deals with someone as unstable and as pathetic and as vindictive as you. I really think people want you as a friend. I think you made it pretty clear to the world just to isolate you. I mean, just take a look at these stats. And by the way, every day this number gets higher. Flight bookings between Canada and US down 70% amid Trump tariff war. Airline capacity between the two countries reduced significantly. Not a shocker. By the way, I think that number is going to get closer to 85 and 90%. By the way, you know what you're doing as well, Donald? All these physicians from Canada who also wanted to work in the United States, some top doctors, they don't want to come here. Also, American doctors want to now work in Canada. Get the hell away from your despicable, tyrannical regime. Hear this story as well, people. This one's really sad. This is from Fox. Jeffrey Epstein accuser, Virginia Giuffre, seriously injured after a wreck. Virginia Giuffre, one of Epstein's victims who was traveling by Epstein, says she's suffering from kidney failure after a crash with a school bus in Australia. She says she only expects to live for a few days. Our heart goes out to Virginia and her family during these very, very difficult times. Just so you remember, Virginia Giuffre was trafficked by Epstein. Epstein found Giuffre working in Mar-a-Lago. Giuffre was homeless, and then she got a job at Mar-a-Lago when she was, I think, 17 years old, and that's when Epstein found her through Ghislaine Maxwell, who Donald Trump wished well. Maxwell brought her to Epstein, and Epstein found her and trafficked her after finding her. She was homeless, and previously homeless in Mar-a-Lago. And it's horrifically sad. The Trump regime said they were going to release the Epstein files. It's not a shocker to us that they're not releasing it. They haven't released it. Just more of the same from the Trump. Lie after lie. Trump said Epstein was a great guy who likes women on the underside. Trump and Epstein partying together all the time. Trump wished Ghislaine Maxwell well in her criminal trial for sex trafficking. Donald Trump was all over Epstein's flight log. Epstein was on Trump's plane. Horrible stuff. Horrible stuff. Judge Boasberg of Washington, D.C. said a hearing this Thursday in order to show cause, basically a contempt hearing for the Trump regime violating orders not to kidnap migrants and send migrants to El Salvador. We're learning more stories about people who were sent to concentration camps in El Salvador. In a court filing last night, the Trump administration admitted that it mistakenly deported a Maryland father to a notorious Salvadorian prison due to an administrative error. In Monday's court filing, attorneys for the DOJ admitted that the Salvadoran man, Kilmar Brega Garcia, was deported accidentally. Quote, although ICE was aware of his protection for removal to El Salvador, Brega Garcia was removed to El Salvador because of an administrative error, the government told the court. Trump lawyers said the court has no ability to bring him back now because he's in Salvadoran custody. Horrific stuff. Also, a federal judge yesterday barred the Trump regime from ending the temporary protected status for 350,000 Venezuelan nationals, which was slated to expire last week. As Kyle Cheney reports, Judge Chen and Obama appointed said the decision by the Trump regime to take away temporary protected status of all Venezuelans was rooted in racial discrimination by Donald Trump, saying they distorted the data to label the massive group of Venezuelan TPS holders as basically trying to Nicaragua, all of them basically. Now just think about the Venezuelans in South Florida who voted for Trump, their family members losing temporary protected status. Horrific stuff. Horrific stuff. We'll keep you posted every step of the way, of course, here on the Midas Touch Network. Hit subscribe. Let's get to 5 million subscribers. Thanks for watching. The truth is more important than ever.
Check this out. I'm going to show you how I afforded this car. Okay, you ready?
By skipping grad.
There was a lot of criticism from Denmark, a lot of attacks at the Trump administration, at the president, at me, and others in our administration for saying the obvious, which is that Denmark hasn't done a good job at keeping Greenland safe.
The United States will not take control of Greenland, the island's new Prime Minister said on Sunday in response to Donald Trump's latest assertion that he wants to annex the territory. President Trump says that the United States will get Greenland. Prime Minister Jens Frederick Nielsen, who was sworn in on Friday, said on social media, "Let me be clear, the United States will not get it. We do not belong to anyone else. We decide our own future." On Saturday, Trump said, "We'll get Greenland. Yeah, 100%. Denmark's foreign minister criticized the Trump administration for the way it has addressed Denmark and Greenland, emphasizing that Denmark is already bolstering Arctic security and remains open to further collaboration with the United States. Videos shared on social media, Foreign Minister Lars Løkke Rasmussen responded to comments made during the Vice President J.D. Vance's visit to Greenland, a strategically significant island. However, later that day, Trump said that he does not rule out military action when it comes to acquiring Greenland. A lot of accusations have been made, and we are, of course, open to criticism, Rasmussen said in English. But to be completely honest, we do not appreciate the tone in which it is being delivered. This is not how you address close allies, and I still view Denmark and the United States as close allies, he said. Greenland, a Danish territory, is part of NATO alongside the US. Trump has expressed interest in acquiring the island, citing national security concerns. Greenland's location, offering the shortest route from North America to Europe, is seen as strategic for the US. It would give Washington leverage for its military and its ballistic missile early warning system. The US is also interested in placing radar in the waters that connect Greenland, Iceland, and the United Kingdom. These waters are a gateway for Russian and Chinese ships, which the US wants to track. Greenland is also rich in natural resources, including rare earth minerals, which are used for the manufacture of technology. Most of Greenland's population, 56,000 residents, comprise indigenous Inuit people who oppose the mining of oil and gas. As the planet warms due to climate change, the vast untapped resources of the Arctic are becoming more accessible. Countries like the US, Canada, China, and Russia are eyeing these resources. During his interview on Saturday, Trump acknowledged that a peaceful acquisition was possible, saying, "I think there's a good chance we could do it without military force." However, he also said, "I don't take anything off the table," emphasizing his broader security perspective. When asked what message such an approach might send to Russian President Vladimir Putin, he's been reinforcing control over Ukrainian territory following his 2022 invasion. Trump responded, "I don't care." Speaking at an Arctic policy forum on Thursday, Putin presented a more comprehensive case than any US official yet. Trump's plan to annex Greenland. As US influence in Europe declines, the Kremlin is taking the opportunity to push forward its long-standing vision of a multipolar world, where it exerts control over its sphere of influence, particularly Ukraine and Belarus. Since his 2007 speech in Munich, Putin has consistently opposed US global dominance. He now has an American president who shares his skepticism of the post-war international order. Greenland is as valuable to Putin as it is to Trump. With Trump under his spell, Russia is having the US do its bidding.
Nope.
Putin's argument that nations should focus on their own affairs aligns with Trump's transactional approach to global politics. Both leaders are deeply distrustful of international institutions and alliances established after World War II. This skepticism extends to organizations such as the United Nations and the International Criminal Court, as well as economic unions like the EU, which Trump recently claimed was formed in order to screw the United States. On Friday, J.D. Vance criticized Denmark's level of investment in Greenland's security, arguing that Copenhagen must reassess its priorities as Trump continues 3-hour visit to the space base in northern Greenland, where US troops are stationed, Vance was accompanied by his wife and senior American officials. The trip was ultimately scaled back after local backlash, as many Greenlanders and Danes were not consulted about the original itinerary. Our message to Denmark is straightforward. You have not adequately supported the people of Greenland, Vance claimed. There has been a lack of investment in both the population and the security infrastructure of this remarkable island, and that needs to change.
Snap your W-2 and file your taxes 100% free. Plus, get your biggest refund. File free now. Roughly 37% of filers qualify. Simple Form 1040 returns only. Click for eligibility.
It's time for you to get your reading super powerful. So stop straining your eyes and start listening instead. I have to do a lot of reading for my job, emails, contracts, PDFs. To stay focused, there's a big Google Chrome extension called Speechify. It's like the voice of the internet. I get a play button everywhere. So if I click play on email, it reads. If I click play on PDF, it reads. About physical books, I take a picture, it reads.
Speechify can read to you in the highest quality digital voices available anywhere. So let's say you have to read an incredibly long email from your boss that you have to finish before the big meeting starts in 10 minutes. Or you're cramming for an exam the night before, but can't bear to keep your eyes open to read one more textbook chapter. Or you're reviewing a dense legal document that would change your life forever. Or you're proofreading your thesis one last time before you submit it to make sure there aren't any errors. No matter what you have to read, we can all use a second pair of eyes to help us retain information and put our best foot forward. Enter Speechify, a reading assistant powered by artificial intelligence and deep learning, and designed consciously for students and working professionals who want to get more done. Speechify does the reading for you, so you can spend less energy reading and more energy comprehending. Choose your listening speed. Start at 230 words per minute and build to 500 words per minute, which is 2.5 times faster than most people read. Choose from a range of incredible voices that use human inflection, so you can stay engaged without getting tired.
And I found it makes it so easy to not only focus, but also retain and understand and comprehend the things that I'm listening to. So, if like me, you find reading boring, or it's difficult for you to focus, download Speechify for iOS from changed my life.
But recognizing that there are important security partnerships in the past does not mean that we can't have disagreements with allies in the present about how to preserve our shared security for the future. And that's what this is about. There is no amount of bullying, no amount of obfuscating, no amount of confusing the issue. Our message to Denmark is very simple. You have not done a good job by the people of Greenland. You've underinvested in the people of Greenland, and you've underinvested in the security architecture of this incredible, beautiful landmass filled with incredible people. That has to change. And because it hasn't changed, this is why President Trump's policy in Greenland is what it is.
Trump also shared a video on his Truth Social platform titled America Stands with Greenland, featuring footage of US military activity on the island during World War II. While in Greenland, Vance stated that the US has no option but to establish a strong presence to ensure the island's security. He also encouraged Greenland to consider independence from Denmark, suggesting that such a move would lead to greater security and economic benefits through a partnership with the United States. Greenland's lawmakers and residents have largely opposed the Trump regime's efforts to assert influence over the island. Danish Prime Minister Mette Frederiksen rejected Vance's assertion that Denmark is neglecting Arctic defence, reaffirming that her country is a good, strong ally. Greenlandic politicians have also taken steps to push back against US threats. 4 of the 5 parties elected to Greenland's parliament earlier this month formed a coalition, securing 23 out of 31 legislative seats in opposition to Trump's plans. Meanwhile, Danish King Frederick X addressed the situation in a Facebook post, saying, "We live in a changed reality. My love for Greenland, my deep connection to its people, remains strong." In Copenhagen, hundreds of demonstrators gathered outside the US Embassy on Saturday, holding signs such as "Back off USA." America's military presence in Greenland
once included thousands of soldiers across 17 bases and installations, since declined to around 200 troops stationed in this remote Space Force base in the Northwest. The 1951 agreement already provides ample opportunities for the US to expand its military presence in Greenland, Rasmussen said. If that is what you want, let's discuss it. He also noted that Denmark has significantly increased its defence spending in the Arctic. In January, the Danish government committed 14.6 billion kroner towards Arctic security, including 3 new naval vessels, long-range drones, and satellite surveillance. This claim from J.D. Vance that Denmark is not doing a good enough job makes no sense, lacks all intellectual argument. I'm Anthony Davis. You can find me on 5 Minute News YouTube channel, podcast, on Wednesdays co-hosting Uncovered, and on Sunday on the Weekend Show with Midas Touch.
Everyone's got imposter syndrome to a certain degree, and the only way to dispel that is to give it a try. Everyone had told me for a long time how much potential I had, and I had a little bit of that fear of failure. Where, what if I'm not as good or as smart as everybody thinks I am? But once I got in there, started taking classes, I realized that I was in good shape. This is my comeback. Start yours today.
When you have sleep apnea, good sleep isn't turned on with the CPAP. Learn more at 12isintheair.com.
Brits are being overwhelmed with the Trump administration's flood zone strategy of just do all the illegal once. And while things are falling through the cracks, lawyers are having a surprising amount of success in getting the Trump administration going through conducting its actions. As White House spokesperson Caroline Leavitt mentioned, the Trump administration is being enjoined at historic rates. Caroline, that's not the flex that you think it is. That's what we call in the legal profession a self-promote. But that might be why Trump is starting to go after lawyers himself. Once again, he is attacking professionals for their costume activity. And this is very bad. At least one law firm is fighting that. Chaos lawyer Liz Dyke.
Thanks, Devin. On March 6th, President Trump signed an executive order addressing risks from Perkins Coie LLP. He said the dishonest and dangerous activity of the law firm Perkins Coie has affected this country for decades. Then he laid out a raft of sanctions on the law firm. The order was immediately enjoined by a federal judge who said it sent chills up her spine. But within hours of the judge's ruling, Trump signed a second, virtually identical order attacking another law firm. The executive orders not only bar the government from engaging with those law firms, that means they purport to bar anyone who does business with the federal government from engaging with the firm. And since more or less every large corporation in America does business with the government, the orders are functionally a death penalty to firms. And that's clearly what President Trump wants to use the power of his office to crush his enemies and make an example of them, ensure that no one will dare to cross him again, which is very much not what the presidency was for. But okay, let's rewind the tape a second. Who or what is Perkins Coie? The law firm Perkins Coie was founded in Seattle in 1912 by a retiring federal judge and a former U.S. attorney. It's now the largest firm in the Pacific Northwest with 21 offices and about 2,500 employees. Perkins Coie has a robust corporate practice and a strong association with the tech industry. Its lawyers have represented all of which do business with the federal government. But that's not what upset the president. The executive order defines the firm's commitment to diversity, equity, and inclusion, falsely claiming percentage quotas in 2019 for hiring and promotion on the basis of race and other categories prohibited by the Civil Rights Law. That did not happen. Saying your firm aspires to increase the diversity of our workforce and advance the value of diversity and inclusion in the legal profession is not a quota system, nor is it illegal. So when Trump says Perkins Coie's disrespect for the bedrock principles of equality represents a good cause to conclude that they neither have access to our nation's secrets nor be deemed responsible stewards of any federal funds, that's classic discrimination in violation of the First Amendment. Perkins Coie has also been involved in many lawsuits to vindicate voting rights, or as Trump put it, the firm worked with activist donors, including George Soros, to judicially overturn popular eventually overturned is kind of a tell. Because in fact, courts did side with Berlusconi in multiple cases to protect ballot access leading up to the 2020 election and to stop Trump from stealing Biden's electoral votes and counting them. So the fact that Berlusconi's clients won those cases is pretty good evidence that there's nothing inappropriate about them. But that didn't stop the White House from releasing an official fact sheet accusing the firm of the unforgivable sin of filing lawsuits against the Trump administration, including one designed to reduce military readiness. That's a reference to an ongoing challenge the Trump's order keeping all trans service members out of the military. Again, the Trump administration is losing on those issues in court. Even if they weren't, sanctioning lawyers because you don't like their clients is pretty fundamentally unfair. The rest halves, what Trump's really mad about is that the firm represented Hillary Clinton in the Democratic National Committee, or the DNC, during the 2016 election. In 2016, Perkins Coie had a large political practice group led by attorney Mark Elias, who represented Clinton and the DNC. Elias played a role in assembling the infamous Steele dossier, or as Trump put it in his executive order, while representing failed presidential candidate Hillary Clinton. Perkins Coie hired Houston GPS, which then manufactured a false dossier designed to steal an election. The truth is a little bit more complicated than that. Conservative Washington Free Beacon originally paid the British company Houston GPS to do oppo research on Trump. Trump secured the presidential nomination, Beacon tapped out, and Fusion GPS approached the DNC about taking over the project. Elias agreed, and Fusion GPS hired a former MI6 agent, Steele, to dig up dirt for what eventually became the Steele dossier. Steele's report said some things that were definitely true. The Russian government really did support Trump over Clinton. Vladimir Putin's cronies really were flooding America's social media platforms with divisive anti-Hillary feeds and releasing hacked emails using WikiLeaks as a side cover. Trump really had negotiated for Trump to go to Moscow well into 2016, at a time when he insisted he had nothing to do with Russia. But some of Steele's other reports, such as the way that Trump was being blackmailed by Russians, turned out to be false. Plus, there was all that stuff about the P-tape. The dossier was indeed one source cited to support some FBI warrants in the Russia investigation. But the FBI investigation of the Trump campaign's ties to Russia was open because one of Trump's aides, George Papadopoulos, got drunk and blabbed to an Australian diplomat that Russia was going to start releasing hacked information over Hillary Clinton, which they did. Fusion GPS and Steele eventually became so alarmed at what they discovered digging into Trump that they sent their dossier to various law enforcement and media outlets.
Okay, we're vacuuming and we're gonna take a small break because it's just a little hungry here. I don't know, boy got his ears off. Nice sunny day. I shall return. I'd say y'all be good, but I know, but we gotta get my razor. And some toilet flush. Okay. Be a good girl. It's okay, Del Del. Yeah, she is scared of it 100%. It's a nice day out there. Nature is not part of the time stuff today, this whole day. Back.
Let's compare HELOC to an alternative monthly payments. A HELOC is a line of credit for your home's equity and
typically requires an extensive application process, has strict debt-to-income requirements, and
Donald Trump and his MAGA Republicans are terrified at the elections today. They thought they were going to win the Wisconsin Supreme Court race with their MAGA Doge candidate, Brad Schimmel, who's running against the pro-democracy candidate, Judge Susan Crawford. And they, of course, thought that they were going to easily win the Florida special elections. And
specifically, they are struggling in Florida's 6th congressional district, where the MAGA candidate, Randy Fine, a Republican state senator in Florida, is really struggling right now against the Democratic candidate, who some polls show ahead. The Democratic candidate is a guy by the name of Josh Wheel. I've had the opportunity to interview Josh Wheel twice. He's running a fierce campaign against the MAGA Republican lunatic.
So I'm right back. Beat that vacuum not gonna get you. You're alright. Relax, baby girl. It's okay. Well, looks like I take my time on this cup. He's too screaming. Hi, baby girl. Do another better nap. It's okay. And she lets on the porch open.
So, what are we seeing in terms of this MAGA Republican panic? Well, the panic really began when Trump's own pollster towards the end of last week, Fabrizio, had Josh Wheel, the Democrat in Florida's 6th congressional district, up by 3. Some polls even have him up by 4. But you see there's 10% undecided right there. A lot of what's going to determine the outcome of that election is going to be who shows up on election day. It's believed that about 51% of the vote already has gone to Josh Wheel. The question's going to be, will Randy Fine, the MAGA candidate, make it up on election day? Donald Trump posted first thing in the morning. America First Patriot Randy Fine is running to represent the wonderful people of Florida's 6th congressional district. Highly successful, dominance, peace through strength, just a bunch of whining from Donald Trump in the morning. This was a plus 30 Trump district only 5 or 6 months ago during the 2024 election. That was the 6th congressional district in Florida was the seat that was originally held by Mike Walls, who's now Donald Trump's national security advisor. He's the guy who leaked all the classified information and likely a ton of other classified information in Signal chats where he invited a reporter into the group chat where they were talking about war plans. So that race, plus 30 red, ruby red, Florida 6th, is now a very competitive district right there. You take a look at what's going on in Wisconsin. In Wisconsin, the latest poll from Atlas Intel, this is a top pollster, an A-plus pollster in Wisconsin, currently has Judge Crawford, pro-democracy Democratic candidate, leading the MAGA Republican, MAGA Doge candidate Brad Schimmel. Crawford's leading by 7 in this most recent Atlas poll that just dropped yesterday, 53% to 46%. And then when participants in this poll were asked, do you have a positive or negative image of each of the candidates for the Wisconsin Supreme Court? Susan Crawford, 52% positive, 46% negative, whereas Brad Schimmel in Wisconsin, 54% negative, and only 43% positive right there, 3% saying that they don't know. Remember that over the weekend, Elon Musk held that rally in Green Bay to try to help Brad Schimmel. Schimmel is the Doge MAGA candidate. He hates Wisconsin, and this is the Doge candidate who wants to do what Elon Musk did to the federal government, destroy it. And Elon Musk wants to destroy Wisconsin, and Brad Schimmel's an election denier, Trumper. He dressed up at Halloween as Donald Trump. He refuses to say that Donald Trump lost the 2020 election. He is a dangerous and sick and disturbed individual who also talks about psychologically torturing his daughter in speeches, a real sick human being. Yesterday from the Oval Office, you can see Trump panicking because in the Wisconsin race, Donald Trump from the Oval Office told people to vote for Brad Schimmel, which I believe is unlawful also to do this from the Oval Office. It's a violation of numerous things. But you see how desperate Donald Trump is and how embarrassing it would be if they lose this Wisconsin Supreme Court seat. This was yesterday from Donald Trump.
Well, it's a big race, Supreme Court race in Wisconsin. It's it's essentially as you know, it was early voting, so we'll see what
Yeah,
happens.
they-
It's a big race. I love Wisconsin. We won Wisconsin. Republicans typically don't do very well in Wisconsin. I actually won it twice. I actually probably won it 3 times to be exact. Played their son. Not proud. I won it 3 times. We had to rig the election the second time, but that's one of those things. We had to make this one too big to rig. Would you agree with that, Brian? Too big to rig? So anyway, but yeah, it's a big race, and I hope you get out and vote for the Republican. The woman is a radical left lunatic.
All right, so just to keep this very organized, you have the Wisconsin Supreme Court race, the MAGA Republican candidate, Brad Schimmel.
I don't think there's anything for them to catch. I think she's just too close to nice woman here, and she's doing a lot better. Her eyes are actually behaving properly. I think it was just a big combination of stress. She's even come out of the window and chilling. Happy girl. I did. What? Okay. Then you're right. And wait. Karaoke. Karaoke's coming down to visit. Face you're Hold on. Hold on. Bring it in. I know, you gotta be patient. You're not here yet. She's over here by the door with me, ready. You're like, where's my notebook? Definitely a lot better today. A lot better after having some time to shine. Remember, open the door. Noki can come. Hey, Bo. Nice to see you a little bit. Yep, she's doing better. Thank you. Show you, Shaw. You stay out of that garbage. And the litter box. Get out of it. Down. Lay down. Move. Down. 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 Lay down. Down. Thank you. Big, hard pain in the rear. It's Loki Dublin. Here, baby. It's okay. You know who that is. You know who that big white buffball is. You're okay. That is big.
Bad. And then you have the pro-democracy candidate, Judge Crawford, the good candidate, law and order candidate. That's the Wisconsin Supreme Court race. Florida, the big race that lots of people are focusing on. There's two special elections, but the one that lots of people are focusing on, and I'll highlight just in this video, is Florida's 6th congressional district, because in that both districts I think can potentially turn blue. But it was in that Florida 6th congressional district where you saw Trump's own pollster having Josh Wheel up by 3 to 4 points. I want to break down who's in these races, so you have a sense. So this is Randy Fine. Randy Fine is the MAGA Republican state senator running for Florida's 6th congressional district. Here, take a look at this guy, this clip.
And Republicans are very happy. They feel like everything's on the right track, and they just voted. And President Trump is having so many wins that there's a sense of complacency. So
you see him, he's worn out, he's tired, he's like worried that people aren't going to show up. And he's saying people aren't going to show up because he goes, they love Trump so much that they're getting complacent. He goes, things are so good that they're not going to bother to show up. That's how he's framing things, right? As people's social securities on the chopping block of social security offices are being gutted across the country, as Trump and Doge and Randy Fine attack Medicaid, as they're cruelly firing veterans and federal workers, they're saying things are great. But by the way, Steve Bannon, so you hear for yourself, one of Donald Trump's top influencers, or whatever you want to call Steve Bannon, he's worried about that race. Play this clip.
Was it Florida 6? Waltz's district.
Yes, I'm using Restream. Go.
Trump won that district by 30 points in November. I'm old enough to remember when he won in November by 30 points. We have a candidate that I don't think is winning. That's an issue. Both of those happen on April 4th, and he should be worried. Here's Josh Wheel, likable guy.
Yeah, he should be worried, especially considering he did Nazi salute too.
Guy, shaking every hand, campaigning like crazy in this district. This was yesterday. Quick lunch break at El Taco Amigo in Dayland. Amazing food, even better people, supporting small businesses. Like this one is what keeps our community strong. Grateful for the warm welcome and the delicious tacos. Here's another one. Another amazing day knocking doors yesterday. We're in the final 2 days, so please come out and canvass with us. You can sign up on our website or mobilize. He's out there shaking hands. He's doing the work. Randy Fine, MAGA Republican state senator who's running for this congressional seat, he's nowhere to be found. Randy Fine is nowhere to be found. Josh Wheel talks about it in this interview. Split.
And the person running on the Republican side has shown no interest in attempting to reach out, communicate with the district, talk to people, or say that he'll serve them. He is adamant over and over again that he's going to serve only one person if he is elected, and that person doesn't live in District 6.
By the way, Josh Wheel's ads are fire. Play this clip.
I'm Josh Wheel, and I approve this message.
Supports the effort to cut 800 single children and those in nursing homes. Fine is so unhinged and anti-American towards the idea that the biggest Ponzi scheme of all time. She wants to cut $700 billion stealing from your retirement.
It's another one. Let's play.
Josh Wheel, one badass teacher, career in our public schools teaching math and science. Single father.
I'm Josh Wheel. I'm not a career politician. I'm a math teacher, and I know the numbers aren't adding up for Florida families. I'll work to lower the cost of groceries and always protect Social Security. I approve this message. It's been too long since someone fought for you.
Right. Now, that's Florida.
That
Florida, Randy
they
Fine.
pulled pretty good, I ain't gonna lie.
Doge. Then you have Josh Wheel, pro-democracy, Democrat, shaking hands for the people of Florida. Let's go to Wisconsin for a second. Okay. In Wisconsin, you have MAGA Republican Brad Schimmel dressed up as Donald Trump for Halloween, denies the 2020 election result, says he likes to psychologically torture children. Here's Brad Schimmel interviewed by local media, and he's able to simply say that Biden won in 2020.
The Wisconsin State Supreme Court ruled that Biden had in fact won the 2020 election. Do you think that was the right decision?
They totaled up the ballots. In the end, the number of votes for and against.
Smart. Okay.
It showed that President Biden had won the state.
We're okay.
In terms of questions about was there fraud
You
and other
weren't
things,
listening when I was talking. I got you in trouble.
it's too late to deal with that.
Here's the local station fact-checking Brad Schimmel's false claims of 2020 election fraud display.
So to clarify, do you think that there were any issues with voter fraud in 2020?
I saw the news reports that anybody saw where we heard that year that there were people who were in nursing homes who had been ruled incompetent for voting for years, who suddenly voted in that election. And we didn't have the special voting deputies in the sworn voting deputies in to make sure that this is on the up and up. Absolutely, there is some fraud like that, sure.
Paul Schimmel says there was some voter fraud from nursing homes in the 2020 election. The Associated Press finds otherwise. In 2020, only 4 people out of the more than 3 million voters in Wisconsin were charged with election fraud, and none of those cases were related to nursing homes.
On the other hand, this is Judge Susan Crawford, and here's what she has to say about herself.
Susan Crawford. She's the prosecutor who locked up violent criminals, the judge who's kept them off the street, and the leader who fought for abortion rights. On the Supreme Court, she'll look at the facts and uphold the law. Fair, impartial, common sense. That's Judge Susan Crawford.
For me, being a judge is really pretty simple. There's right and there's wrong, and I'll always do the right thing for Wisconsin.
I think I just won my taxes. Oh yeah? I just switched from TurboTax to H&R Block. It was so easy. You mean I don't have to go back through all this to switch? Nope.
It's easy to switch from TurboTax to H&R Block.
YouTube. Howie. Hi there, my beautiful friend Justin the First. Have missed you so much. I love you, my friend. You're so sweet and kind to me. So that's how the
You're welcome, Howard. And things have been a little hectic on this side, but I've got some stuff in the works already. I've got motel room for one more night tonight, and tomorrow I'm getting a bunch of sand insulation panels through Amazon to put up the trailer, help insulate it. Day after, no, not tomorrow, day after tomorrow. Tomorrow, on the day after the heater comes on.
YouTube. Howie, where are you at now, my gorgeous friend?
I'm in a motel room for one more night. I had enough to make motel room for a couple of nights happen.
Howie, do you have a new place?
No. I had enough to make a motel room for a couple of nights happen. I really needed to. Dublin was very much in need of warmth. She would start to look too good. She's doing a lot better now after a night of sleep and warmth and some sunlight dripping on.
YouTube. Howie, cool.
So I will have a way to keep things warm in the trailer.
YouTube. Howie, you look really well.
I've been stressed out as fuck at my guts.
YouTube.
Yeah,
Howie,
it's rude.
are you doing better?
I don't know yet. Until I can get the stuff installed in the trailer, I don't know yet. And I have to try to do that as quick as I can. This one needs to be in the environment. I'm going to be very not too happy about having to take her back out of the trailer. Besides a little. You're okay, Dub Dub. Yeah, I just need to take care of your eye good so you don't get sick. Body's fighting.
You too. Howie, I'm sorry, I can't help you right now. I'm struggling as well. I do care about you, Justin.
Oh, dude, you're fine. Don't say you're sorry when you can't help. It's not like that. Not at all. I'm honestly thinking about doing a not safe for work stream today. See if I can get up running to a couple more days. Tomorrow's gonna be interesting. Getting all those things up. Loki's content. He's shafting the sun, named down Stephen. Boo-boo. Did you have that dream? Mm-hmm. It's okay. Mom and Dad will be back tonight. Don't worry.
On so fast. They're hiring freelancers. Look what they're doing with AI experts.
Here's Brad Schimmel saying that he's really troubled that there's not more Christians in America. Play this clip.
I'm troubled that only a quarter, the 90 million Christians in America, I'm troubled that only a quarter of the people in America are Christians.
I don't know about that. One, there's more than one style of Christianity. Two, technically, to be Christian means to follow the teachings of Jesus, which many atheist Satanists, that list goes on. That's not exactly true. And for anyone who gets upset about being to follow the teachings of Jesus, I'm sorry. It's the same thing. You may not have been Jesus that taught you, don't get me wrong. But, or may not be where you got the information or figured out how to go by life the way you do. You can never hear Jesus' teachings and still follow them. That's the whole thing that a lot of people like this guy just don't get.
That's deeply troubling for the future of our nation.
And then going back to Florida.
Howie,
I
so
think
do you
this
have a
is
new place lined up?
No, I've got some sound paneling for insulation and a heater lined up for the trailer. The trailer's going to be moved to the back lot of the motel. It's a one, been given permission to do so. Two, we got a move it or lose it tag yesterday. So we will be moving the trailer. And then at least it'll be quieter in the back lot. So somebody will be a little more comfortable. Well, I can do it. But it's hard to get that door to stay closed.
YouTube, Howie, they kind fucked you over, buddy.
Kinda, yeah. I can. Honestly, they're just as fucked. Mom and Dad kind of never went over. They've been able to borrow money from me. Well, borrow. It's not really a borrow scenario. We work together. I'll see it back and then some over time. Well, that's really the main thing. When I got to thinking about it, the next thing I could do after what I've done so far, working on doing so far, is I could flex seal the outside of the trailer, full on paint job. Which would help with all the draftiness and shit. As well as make it a little bit more of a solar heating. Would help insulate once again. Nothing like paper bags and painter's tape to keep it from going places I don't want it to, such as hinges. So that's another fairly cheap idea I had to, one, kind of spruce up the look of the trailer. Two, insulate it.
YouTube, Howie, I hope someday I can come meet you and spend some time with you and you can take me sightseeing.
I don't know about being able to take you sightseeing considering you can't drive. I don't know exactly. It gets out of tight. Oh, hold on. No, like, I wouldn't mind being on the beach today. It'd be kind of nice. But honestly, there's not much to do down there. Oh. In other news, I've learned recently I don't need money to get my fishing license because I'm disabled. It's free for me. So I can go fishing.
YouTube, Howie, I didn't mean nothing bad by saying that.
Oh, no, you're good, Howard. Mighty boom. There's water right there, buddy. Get it. Get the water. Yeah. You're thirsty, drink. No, over there. Get it. Water. Water. Yeah. You're not coming up here. No. Thank you.
A great video to show you, just as the last clip in this video. This is Cheryl. These are the.
No, you're right. It is kind of a messed up situation for me. And I won't argue. And honestly, I knew at some point this was a possibility. Because
YouTube, Howie, your hair looks so good and you're awesome, dude.
Thanks. I've actually got to get my razors back in the shower today. I don't want to get my beard cleaned up. I don't like looking so scruffy. I actually thought about parting it where my white streaks are. I'm just doing two separate. Thought about trying that out. Not sure what I think it's safe for. But I do have plans to actually properly grow my beard out, even if I keep some of it trimmed up. Under chin. And then I don't really like how it kind of patchy on the sides. And then of course I can't stand my mustache. It's the way. I've always preferred the no mustache look. Well, not always. There was a time where I was very happy to have a mustache.
YouTube, Howie, it looks great.
I don't know. Not my cup of tea to have it so scruffy. Especially with it curling up into my nose. So obnoxious.
stakes in these elections. Okay, this is Cheryl. She's a real veteran. She had her benefits pulled by Randy Fine and Elon Musk. That's in Florida. But, Brad Schimmel is going to destroy the lives of people in Wisconsin. He says he wants to wear knee pads for Elon Musk and Donald Trump. He literally said he wants to wear knee pads. Go to Mar-a-Lago, wear knee pads in front of Trump. That's why I said, disgusting stuff. Whether you're Brad Schimmel in Wisconsin, MAGA Doge candidate, or Randy Fine, doing horrible things to Americans. Here's Cheryl, real veteran.
Hi, my name is Cheryl. So I am a retired nurse from the Navy. I not only served on the East Coast, but I also served during the Gulf War. So I'm a disabled veteran and a veteran of foreign wars. I'm sure you're aware that DOGE has had access to the OPM, which stands for Office of Personnel Management. Many people don't understand that the Office of Personnel Management manage any retirement that you had in military retirement. So I want to make sure that people understand that DOGE has stopped my military retirement. They've accessed my personnel records, they've accessed my personnel checking account, and they've stopped my military retirement without my knowledge and without my permission. And
I wonder if that's the quote-unquote overpayment that they're talking about. Because that would be the way that they would word shit.
And it will probably take me months to get this straightened out. And in the meantime, I don't have that income. And I want to make sure that people understand just how severely veterans are being impacted by the effects of the DOGE team and Elon Musk.
So keep you posted on the results today. But those Florida races are going to be determined based on who shows up. Right? There are more Republicans in those districts. If all the Republicans show up and they want to destroy their lives by voting for MAGA Doge candidates, then that's what they'll vote for. On the other hand, Wisconsin, you see the polling, but don't get complacent based on any. If you're in Wisconsin, you got to make the phone calls, and you got to take this election very seriously. Elections have consequences. You got to take it very seriously. So that's what I think you should take it seriously. Hit subscribe. Let's get to 5 million subscribers. Thanks for watching.
The truth is more important than ever. Check out our new Truth Over Lies collection at store.MidasTouch.com. All 100% USA.
Craig, not Craig. Elections.
Writers.com has helped millions of renters find their places, and they all have a special place in my heart, which is why I keep on Victor.
Ukrainian President Zelensky is showing strength, standing up to Vladimir Putin and Donald Trump. Zelensky's like, all right, you want to see what a real strong man looks like? You want to see somebody who knows how to actually defend their country and is not afraid to go on the front lines? Bet. No more Mr. Nice Guy. And Zelensky did an interview over the past few days where he's like, and by the way, I predict Putin is going to die soon. Watch this.
It depends, but it also depends on his years. He will die soon. That's a fact, and it will all end.
YouTube.
That
Oracle,
is, he can
arriving
settle
in the
his
storm of
matters
shadows
before
and magic, the ancient oracle arrives.
well, let's say finished.
Alright, Oracle. Sorry, I was busy yesterday. I was trying to figure shit out. Got a good portion of shit figured out, but not best. There's something. I've got the hotel room for one more night. Alright. And tomorrow I've got some sound insulation panels coming. And I'm going to put up in the trailer. Up inside the trailer. And the day after that, a smokeless, toxin-free Gibbia meant for indoor use. It's cooktop and camp. No power used. No electricity needed. So, I'm going to be busy insulating the trailer and making sure it stays warm for my little girl who got too cold and too stressed. She had me worried. After a warm night and a good time in the sun in the window today, she's doing a lot better. I'm very glad I did this. But now we're trying to find a park for the RV in. We got a move it or lose it ticket tag on the RV yesterday. And got permission to bring it in the back lot. And kind of figure out a way to get it in there. So it bumps the driveway. We got one more month to get through before we can actually leave the goes net east.
YouTube, Oracle, sounds like you have a full plate as well.
I've got Loki over here right now. Devon's come up right there. Right. Nope, not quite. She's right there. That white fluff on the other side. Oh, no, you can't see it. Loki is right down there. Gave mom and dad some money for fuel so they could get stuff done. Sounds like the weather's supposed to be nice all day in Salem, so they'll be condensing the 3 storage units down to 2 to help save some money there. Yeah, it's been a lot of okay, where, how, what, when. And sadly, I've also had my IBS acting up at the same time. So, sadly, I'll be back in a moment. I'm going to get back. You stay laid down, young man. I mean it. Okay. cup of tea, or you laying down? Or are you up getting into shit? Are you for real, dude? I go take a shit and comes over here and pisses. Fucking jackass, dog. You just want to fight a piece of shit, dude. Go out of the bathroom, find you potty all over the fucking floor. God damn. What's that? Huh? What's that? And why was it all over my floor? Better check this thing real quick. Who is this asshole? Wasn't told, dude. What? That's not okay. That's not okay at all. Yeah, it's not because you got any water. Because you're a fucking dickhead. fucking potty in my room. Damn Halloween, dude. Rat dog.
She's his completely female voice. Well, safe and unsuccessful historical life. And that's what he's afraid of.
As the Fox headline reads, Zelensky sensationally predicts Putin will die soon. But was it so sensational? I think both in terms of Putin's health issues as well as the fact that Putin really got to look over his shoulder because, yeah, those poll numbers may be high, but they're completely manipulated and the people really absolutely hate him. So this happened over the past 48 hours as well. A limo in Putin's motorcade blew up in Moscow. Putin wasn't in it. Nobody was injured. But I guess you can call it a spontaneous combustion. Now, Putin is already incredibly paranoid about every single thing. So that probably didn't help, and the timing of it probably didn't help. And so, for example, over the past 24, 48 hours as well, when Putin was going to arrive and be with certain troops of his, I want you just to watch what they have to do to ensure that the Russian troops aren't going to kill Putin. Watch as they search one by one the troops themselves who are supposed to be defending Putin to make sure they don't have any weapons or things that may spontaneously combust when Putin's there. Now, as I mentioned at the outset of this video, Zelensky is showing what real strength looks like. In my view, he's always showed that, but if it needs to be made clear visually to pathetic people like Donald Trump, Zelensky's like, bet, okay, I'll show you. So the latest from the Trump regime is they tried to throw a new mineral deal at Ukraine, and by deal, it basically just means the United States wants to steal all of the rare earth minerals of Ukraine. And so Ukraine has separately formed an incredibly strong alliance with reliable allies in Europe, in Canada, Australia, and elsewhere, and more on that in a moment. But Zelensky got handed this new quote-unquote rare earth mineral deal where the U.S. would basically steal all of the minerals and provide no security guarantees. And so Zelensky held a press conference, and he said, yeah, Ukraine received another U.S. variant of minerals deal earlier, pointing out that this is an absolutely different document also than the first one, quote, and this is what Zelensky says, and shout out to Anton Gerskichenko for doing a great job documenting all of this. There are a lot of things that were not mentioned. Also, some things appear that, let's say, the parties had rejected before. In other words, you're not slipping in things into bullshit contracts and giving them my way, Donald Trump. Zelensky also stated that Ukraine will not recognize all the previous U.S. military aid as debt. In other words, you're not going to hand us a crap deal, and you're not going to try to leverage our suffering in Ukraine to steal from us. Watch Zelensky in his own words.
Today we officially received a version or proposals from the United States of America. Second, some time ago, this agreement needs to be compared to see if it's the same agreement or something else. We will compare it. Our Deputy Prime Minister, Yulia Sviridenko, received it during bilateral contact with Mr.
Texas was waiting and wondering.
with the Secretary of the Treasury, with Mr. Bassman. I asked her some questions. She
Find
said,
me in other places:
very
Discord,
difficult to
Twitter,
comment.
YouTube,
This is a
Steam,
completely different
Xbox,
document.
and
There is
PlayStation
a
Old
lot of
Mage
stuff
Guy on TikTok
that was not mentioned. And also, there are some things that, let's say, previously, the parties have already rejected it. If it's a question of death, well, if this issue is raised there, we will not accept the debts, as I have said. At least we are talking about the past. Volodymyr Zelensky. If, again, I repeat, if there will be any perspectives, new support packages, then the United States of America can probably set certain conditions, understanding that this team will not do anything for us for free. Well, they officially say so.
Now, this is from the Washington Post as well. Europe now seeks leverage as Trump negotiates with Russia on Ukraine. If you even want to call it that, the subheadline is European.
Mario Kart? What about Mario Kart?
YouTube, Oracle, on.
Somebody got too cold and too stressed.
YouTube, Oracle, don't forget to send your things so we can race together.
I will need to still get that downloaded. I've been so busy, it's stupid. This one not doing so good. Doing good earlier. Extra time to shine. I don't know if you're just tired now because you're tired. You're a pecan. Keep over time. You haven't eaten a whole lot yet. You're shaky. You're shaky.
YouTube, Oracle, how's Kitty? And low-key been through this.
Loki's been inside most of the time. Dublin's been out in the trailer, and she is either going through being overstressed and overstimulated for too long. That's kind of a thought theory. As well as too cold. You get her arm here shakes, also her stomach and her head at times. She seems to be doing better again. keeping this stuff. I don't know what's going on. Other than possibly that, and maybe something genetic elsewise. I don't know if she had a seizure when she was out there. She was cross-eyed for a while. That's not an issue anymore. And honestly, just stress got to her really bad. Being right there against traffic, I'm not too horribly surprised. Mom was worried that Loki might get what she going on with her. It's like, I don't think so. I don't think it was. I don't think it's like that. I think my little girl just got really very overstressed. Constantly hearing the traffic. Yeah, Loki's fine. Right now, I'm watching him. He's in the room with me. He's just on the other side of Devil on the floor. Gentleman said that. After having already peed in my room. That is going to be something that I end up doing for streaming in the trailer for sure. I don't got to do mobile games because I want to be able to keep the phone charged. Once in 5 minutes out there. Yeah, I've been a little worried about that one. I think stress is just too much. So I'm keeping an eye on her. I think she might need a bath. At least rinse. So, probably. Did you find it? So not going.
Officials say sanctions on Russia and plans for troops in Ukraine showed that they hold some cards too. So it's been clear, I think, in the view of Europe, as I predicted before, that when Donald Trump was talking about a deal, in Trump's mind, that meant that Trump would extract, and I say Trump, not the United States, Trump would steal the rare earth minerals from Zelensky and put them in like some sovereign wealth fund to benefit Trump, and then sell out Ukraine and give it basically to Russia. And I think Trump and Putin were discussing spheres of influence. The United States would want to annex and take over Canada and Greenland and Panama and areas in North America, give Europe and give Europe to Russia, and then give Asia to China. I think that's what was discussed. It's my opinion, but then it seems consistent with what Trump's been saying about Canada and Greenland over and over again. But then Europe was like, "Are you serious? Okay, you want us to flex? Then we'll flex, Donald. We'll flex."
Do you know Fast Growing Trees is the biggest online nursery in the U.S. with thousands of different plants and over 2 million happy customers? They have all the plants your yard needs, like fruit trees, privacy trees, flowering trees, shrubs, and so much more. Whatever plants you're interested in, Fast Growing Trees has you covered. Find the perfect fit for your climate and space. Fast Growing Trees makes it easy to get your dream yard. Order online and get your plants delivered directly to your door in just a few days without ever leaving home. Their Live and Thrive guarantee ensures your plants arrive happy and healthy. Plus, get support from trained plant experts on call to help you plan your landscape, choose the right plants, and learn how to care for them. I got a lemon tree from Fast Growing Trees. It's my favorite thing in my yard. I was worried about ordering plants online, but it arrived fresh, strong, and ready to plant. Plus, now I get to just walk outside and pick my own citrus. Not to mention, it smells amazing every time I go out. And by the way, big yard, small yard, no yard at all, doesn't matter. Fast Growing Trees has over 6,000 plants that fit any space, from indoor plants to fruit trees to full-size privacy trees and more. Fast Growing Trees has plant experts on call, so if you're like me and don't have a green thumb, they'll help you choose the right plant and keep it thriving. This spring, they have the best deals for your yard, up to half off on select plants and other deals. And listeners to our show get 15% off their first purchase when using the code MIDAS at checkout. That's an additional 15% off at fastgrowingtrees.com using the code MIDAS, M-E-I-D-A-S, at checkout. Fastgrowingtrees.com, code MIDAS. Now is the perfect time to plant. Use MIDAS to save today. Offer is valid for a limited time. Terms and conditions may apply.
So Europe's like, okay, well, we're going to build our own troops and our own defense support, and we've got Ukraine's back. Now you got to contend with us. We're not going to let Ukraine just be taken over by Putin. Who's coming to us next? European countries plan to send a military team to Ukraine this week to determine how many troops would be needed for the reassurance force and where they should be stationed. The Washington Post reports, and they will confer with Ukraine on beefing up its army to hold a future front line. It's being reported that the European focus has also shifted to air and sea power as army chiefs point out the limitations of a large troop deployment, and as other countries propose their capabilities for patrols in Ukraine's skies or in the Black Sea. I think that this cartoon here sums it up perfectly. A helping hands with friends like these. Who needs enemies? And it is Trump's hand with MAGA on his shirt, shaking the hand of Ukraine, wearing a kind of a hospital bracelet, SOS, and a snake, for our audio listeners, a snake is coming out of Donald Trump's jacket going towards Ukraine. As Jay from Kyiv points out, now that Russia has spent over 2 weeks totally ignoring the ceasefire that it claims it was okay with as it relates to energy ceasefire, energy infrastructure ceasefire, let's look at what Americans said the U.S. should do if that happened. 64% of Americans said increase U.S. weapons assistance to Ukraine. 42% says U.S. airstrikes on Russian assets in Ukraine. 30% would even be okay with U.S. troops being deployed in Ukraine. Now, part of Zelensky's diplomacy as well, working with his European reliable allies, was working with the president of Finland, Alexander Stubb. Good-looking guy, athletic, great runner, triathlons. I mean, the guy's like basically an Olympian, for those who don't know this guy. So I think they thought that he would make a good impression on Donald Trump. So they sent him to play golf with Donald Trump. And by the way, that seemed to work, and that Donald Trump was impressed by the president of Finland. Kind of keep that going, keep Trump kind of entertained and occupied while the serious business is being done in Europe. Zelensky posted the following as well. Unfortunately, today has already brought more Russian strikes and shellings. The Cherksey region attacked by drones, the Kherson region, artillery and drone dropped explosive on ordinary buildings and civilians in Donetsk region, guided aerial bombs and drones and artillery. It goes through the various regions. The geography and brutality of Russian strikes, not just occasionally, but literally every day and night, show that Putin couldn't care less about diplomacy. For several weeks now, there has been a U.S. proposal for an unconditional ceasefire, and almost every day in response to the proposal, there are Russian drones, bombs, artillery shelling, and ballistic strikes. Russia deserves increased pressure, all the tough measures that can break its capacity to wage war and sustain the system that's once nothing but war. Sanctions against Russia are essential. More air defense for Ukraine is essential. More cooperation and unity among all partners is essential. Zelensky goes on to say, I spoke with President of Finland, Alexander Stubb. I thanked him for all the support Finland is providing, and we discussed ways to strengthen joint efforts with our partners to establish a lasting peace and security. Alexander shared details of his meeting with Trump. We are ready to work with our American partners as meaningful and quickly as possible to bring peace closer. There is also a common understanding that the ceasefire must be unconditional and reliable. Right now, Russia continues looking for excuses to drag this war out even further. Putin is playing the same game he has since 2014. This is dangerous for everyone, and there should be an appropriate response from the United States, Europe, and all our global partners who seek peace. We need to engage more with America, find ways to force Russia into peace, and work on security guarantees, which must become our next step after the ceasefire. Thank you for the support and for all the efforts to end the war and achieve a dignified peace.
I got it cheaper from CD Keys.
I got it cheaper from CD Keys.
CD Keys.
I got it cheaper from CD Keys.
CD Keys. Pay less. Gain more.
By the way, that's how it's done right there. Just want to mention this as well. Greenland has a new prime minister, Jensen Frederik Nielsen, and he said the U.S. will not get Greenland. Trump says the U.S. is getting Greenland. Let me be clear. The U.S. is not getting it. We do not belong to anyone else. We determine our own future. We must not react with fear. We must react with calm, dignity, and unity. It is through these values that we must clearly, distinctly, and calmly show the U.S. president that Greenland is ours. Just wanted to show that to you for another leader standing up against Donald Trump. And, then Donald Trump does these reckless and absurd Trumpian things. I mean, reckless, absurd is the definition of Trump. This from the Financial Times. U.S. tells European companies to comply with Donald Trump's anti-diversity order. Move signals pushed by American president to widen his ideological campaign abroad. The Trump administration has sent a letter to some large companies in the EU, warning them to comply with an executive order banning DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion programs. According to the publication, the letter said that Trump's executive order applied to companies outside the U.S. if they were a supplier or service provider to the American government. Companies that are potentially exposed to the U.S. demands include aviation and defense groups, consulting providers, and infrastructure companies. The letters were written by U.S. Embassy personnel in France, Belgium, and the countries of Eastern Europe. The letter was accompanied by a questionnaire to assess compliance with U.S. government requirements in this area. A senior banker in Paris said he was shocked by the letter. Quote, "It's crazy, but everything is now possible. The rule of the strongest now prevails." The French Foreign Trade Ministry expressed concerns about the situation. According to the Financial Times, a number of companies have just chosen so far not to respond to the administration's demand. And I wanted to highlight that to you because I think what the banker said at the end, this is now the law of the strong, or projecting strong. The world order of alliances and handling things a certain way based on what Trump has done is gone. The peace and assurance and stability that the United States brought to the world since World War II is gone. And everybody recognizes that now, unfortunately. And so what you're seeing is the projection of raw strength. Whether we're seeing Prime Minister Mark Carney deliver harsh messages to, and rightfully so, smacking down the Trump regime. We're seeing it with European meetings that are held as well, defense pacts leaving out the United States, and ultimately it's like, okay, Trump, you want us to treat you like crap? You want us to treat you like the little piece of orange turd crap that you are? We'll do that. Because apparently when you do that, that's how Donald Trump's like, oh, I guess then I must do something. Oh, that's the only way you get this idiot to listen. So we're seeing that across the board right now, and you're seeing how Zelensky, I think, is masterfully and artfully navigating all of this as well. Well, let me know what you think. Hit subscribe, and let's get to 5 million subscribers. Thanks for watching.
Can't get enough Midas? Check out the Midas Plus Substack for ad-free articles, reports, podcasts, daily recaps from Ron Filipkowski, and more. Sign up.
YouTube. Oracle. Today's a day I need cuddles FML.
I'm sorry. Bitch, I got some key.
YouTube, Pedro Henrique via Belly Heart Suit. YouTube, Oracle, BRB. YouTube, Howie, hi my friend.
No. Down.
YouTube, Marcelo, so sexy.
Loki Kodo. No. Lay down. Down. Right there. Stop being a fucking punk. You don't make the rules and you damn well know it. Stop acting like it. Yeah, you're gonna get in trouble for that bullshit, dude. You're gonna fucking ignore me? You're gonna get in trouble. Then get some water, asshole. Yeah, fuck you, Loki. Only 2:30, dude. It is not even been 2 hours since you've been over here. Cut your shit. That's not okay behavior. Cut it out. Maybe you should stay out of shit. Maybe you should listen. Punk. You're punk. Okay, little bitch. No. Don't even do it. Mm-hmm. No. Mm.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Find me in other places: Discord, Twitter, YouTube, Steam, Xbox, and PlayStation Old Mage Guy on TikTok as Mage.
So that way I can have a cigarette. And then you go. So that's it. Two G1. Oh. Okay. You're fucking pumpkin. For real. What the species is here? They have fucking lucky one cheat. Mm-hmm. Hold on.
Come on, man. Get over here, monkey. It's called listening, and you can try it.
YouTube. Roberto Barbieri. Hello, my friend. I see you are in a beautiful bedroom. You can do a fantastic sleep stream with the camera at the end of the bed like you have done other times. Thanks, my friend. Smiling face.
Down. 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 You fucking punk. I think that job, you're okay, baby. Fuck you, dude. You want to be a piece of shit like that? You can wait till mom and dad get home about it. Fuck you. You fucking asshole. Fuck off, dude. Fuck right off. It's not a bedroom, it's not a room. Yes, I can do it so. Thankfully, I won't have this big white fucking POS in my room. Ooh. There wasn't even a point smoking a fucking cigarette. And then the fucking POS. Sister, well, I want to go potty here, but I'm not going to do all of it because I want to mark spots. I'm going to go around and I want to mark everywhere. Tough shit, dude. An outing to go potty is an outing to go potty, not to fuck around. And that's all you fucking get. I smoked damn near my entire cigarette before you decided to pull your head out of your ass and finish going potty. Which was just the rest of your pee that you were holding because you being a fucking punk. Grr. And he fought me the entire way, bringing him back inside. Definitely not happy with this bitch ass. I gotta go potty. And then when I fucking take you, you sit there and only do part of it. Because you're a spiteful fuckhead. That's the thing. He'll sit there and empty half of his bladder. Or 3/4 of it. And then hold the shit. Okay, bring him back inside and just fucking go bathroom or something. When I was at the park, he'd fucking piss. Shit. Because he didn't want to do it when he was taken out. Or didn't want to do all of it. I'm sick of that bullshit. Yeah, I even fucking watched him cut that shit off. It's like, no. Hold on. So I was like, we're going to stand here until you finish going. I'm not playing this bullshit. I'm not going to take you back in after that. I'm watching you cut your fucking piss stream off because you want to be a punk to come back in and be able to fucking piss all over my floor. Try to say, or my hotel room. Fuck you. Yeah, I pay attention to your actions. I notice the patterns. And I won't call you on your shit. Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Oh. That was what message. I don't know. I'm still. Yeah. Emo day. Excuse me.
It's dinner time.
I might. I didn't make it over here. It doesn't look like it. You're okay. So Jen laying down while she's making some biscuits. Okay. people outside the door. Deb codes. Attention notebooks. What do you mean no internet connection? This seems tricky. Nothing is supposed to be working. I might have to update my drivers. Stream's gonna crash. Yes, I'm set controller. Okay. Yeah, it looks like it's drivers, so I'll be back. Back in a little bit.